myself, rub these weary eyes. I can just stay in my bed, get dressed, take a white pill, lace on my shoes, I'm good to go. But somehow it just keeps coming on, coming again. Take a walk across the big city, pick up the pace. Can't believe that this is over. I'm alone with wolves, howling at the moon. I'm alone with wolves, no woman, I ain't coming back home. I'm all in or I'm out. Take a big step, but lose my grip on the ground. Keep on walking in the city, pusher standing by, waiting for a local junkie to buy their supplies. Man, I just keep on moving, I ain't looking around. All good things come to an end. I'm a lonely wolf, howling at the moon. I'm a lonely wolf, no woman, I ain't coming back home. I can't feel nothing, baby. Don't wanna fuss or fight, yeah. I tossed it to the trash, girl. I made up my mind, yes I did. Well, you know what I'm talking about, girl. I'm a lonely wolf, howling at the moon. I'm a lonely wolf, no woman, I ain't coming back home. Take a look straight in the mirror.
Good afternoon, people, again. Yesterday it was some jet action, and today we are back with DC-6. Let me show our flight plan. Plan for today would be navigating across Atlantic from Canada to Greenland. We don't have any VOR points on the way. We have VOR at the Goose Bay airport. We are taking off, and we have another VOR. Oh, sorry, not even VOR. We have DME at our destination, which is, I don't know how to say this, but Narsarsuaq, something like that. We have a DME, and then we have the compass heading. The DME I hope to intercept a bit earlier, but the compass we won't intercept until we are actually already in the valley. So plan for today would be take off here at Goose Bay, runway 26, heading towards west, and then we will make 180. We will choose our first heading, which is 059er as our heading, and we will fly directly over the VOR station, and then we will keep flying away from the station. And I hope we have enough range so we could be stable in the cruise before we lose the VOR station, and then we will check how much we have left of the first leg, which is 176 nautical miles, and then we would calculate the amount of time we will need to the first waypoint. Then I will turn on my timer and follow the headings, and always use a timer to have an estimation how long one leg takes. And I hope we can follow the route with a very, very old school method, but I will keep the map open also so that we always have also the reference on the map if we are actually following the route or not. Our top of descent is around here when we should be seeing some land already, and we will initially descend to 3,000 feet above the ground level. Then we will decelerate to 140 knots and stable at flaps 20. And then around 11 nautical miles before the runway, we will start our eventual descent and approach procedures. This is actually a very interesting airfield to fly into, because we are following the valley, and then in the end of the approach we have the pretty tight turn, because we have to come from the valley and then turn towards the runway, and there's very little time to make any corrections. So if I mess up the turn, then we have to go around and try again. There's not much we can correct if we are not aligned with the runway after the turn. But let's jump in the plane and start with our checklist while we are waiting for Joao to join our flight. So, straight into the plane and checklists. We have quite icing conditions, so before I even go for the fuel lows and everything, I want to get our electric stuff working so we can have the de-icing going on already. So, parking brake is set. landing gear is down, then we'll check the circuit breakers, which are here on in the back. Everything is on except the ones that are inoperable. Everything looks good here. Let's get back here and also check the booster pump circuit breakers. Everything is good here. Then we go for battery and ground power on, and we connect the ground power. Then position lights steady, beacon lights, okay, they are off because we are not starting the engine yet. Let me also make sure I check everything here. Seatbelt sign was here on, no smoking sign on, cabin entrance lights on, floodlights, and I guess we can go. Okay, we don't need that one. Perfect. Then cockpit lights we don't need at the moment. It's going to be daytime flight, I hope. I don't want to be arriving at the Greenland in the night time because it's difficult enough already in the daylight. Cockpit lights okay. Fuel booster pumps are all off. Inverters can go on. Overheat warning light, voltage regulator is off. Generators can go on. Auxiliary blower is off. Ignition switches all are off. Water alcohol injection pumps are off. Prop deicer ammeter is off. Prop emergency de-icing controls off and guarded. Then right overhead panel right here. Cabin pressure regulator. We are cruising at 11,000 feet today. It's nicely below the critical altitude, so we don't need to use the superchargers on high. That is set. Altimeter is inoperable. Cabin pressure manual control is off and guarded. Door warning lights are still on because our doors are open. Cooling turbine switch as desired will go for normal. Cabin temperature control 65 is fine. AC voltmeter selector set to engine instrument. Engine instruments, yes. DC voltmeter set to bus, it is bus. Bus voltage. We have healthy voltage 28 volts. Then engine superchargers is here. They are low. Cowl flaps can go to open position. Landing lights are retracted and off. Anti-icing fluid quantity. That one we haven't checked yet. So now I will go for our anti-icing for windshield. We will already turn on heater masters, airfoil heater and prop de-icer. Carb heats I'm not going to use because we only have 17 minutes to use them. So we hope we can take off without them. Then we go for the conventional carb heaters for the whole duration of flight, and only for the approach and landing we are using the cooling liquid based carb de-icing, because this usually bypasses the air filter, so we definitely don't want to get dust in our carbs. So that's why we have to go for cold on these ones and then turn on the liquid paste de-icing. But for now we leave it as it is, and we should see the windshield de-icing soon enough. Let's then jump into our payload and fuel management. So let's see our operational flight plan. Block fuel is calculated 8,190 pounds. In another program I saw 8,600-ish, but I want to be on the safe side for now, so I will go for 12,000 total, so I will have 6,000 in main tanks and 6,000 in alternate tanks. So that would be 1,500, 1,500, 1,500, 1,500. And we will be doing the proper fuel management also, which means that we are taking off and landing with main tanks, and for the cruise we are changing to the alternate tanks. But that is now 12,000 pounds, which is plenty for us. Today we have our payload. Where do we have it? Okay, we have 57 passengers. Okay, it doesn't let me choose exact amounts. That's kind of weird. Okay, then we take 51. That's close enough. And our cargo, let's see, our takeoff weight 79.8, and we are at the moment 82 and 700. That sounds about right, since we took a bit more fuel than was calculated. We can keep that as it is. Perfect. Then we have our maintenance. Let's do maintenance for engines, props. Then we will top up engine oil, and we will top off anti-icing fluid. And that should be it for now. Back to ramp manager. Now let's take our checklist out again. Anti-icing fluid quantity is full. Oil quantity full, full, and full. Hydraulic fluid, full. Water alcohol quantity, full. Fuel quantity 1500 in each tank, checked. Then we go to the left eyebrow pedestal. Heater fuel X feed, cross feed is normal. Heat fuel ignition selector to system 1, which is down, they are system 1. Heater ignition are down, so they are on fuel. Cabin heater master on is on already. We will keep our de-icing because we are in northern eastern Canada. Carb de-icers stay off. Cockpit heat control is normal. Windshield we have already on, and we should see, yes, our windshield is clear from ice. Then fire test. And now we also get the warning lights here. Perfect. Fire detector system tested. Then fire extinguisher valves are all pushed in, checked. Then hydraulic system bypass lever is on. Auxiliary hydraulic pump, we go unguarded and on. Auxiliary hydraulic pump valve is on brake system, and then we go to our co-pilot first officer seat to check our hydraulic pressures. Hydraulic pressure from 2600 to 3050 psi, yes. Emergency air brake pressure 1500 psi plus minus, checked. Then we go back here, and auxiliary hydraulic pump off and guarded, and gyro pilot is off and disconnected. Servos disengaged. Carb air heat cold. Flaps are up. Mixture controls idle and cut off. Trim tabs we leave at neutral, and then we go for fuel tank selectors. For takeoff we go for main tanks. Crossfeed is off, and prop master is max RPM. Standard propeller selector is auto 3. Is that usual flying somewhere?
Yep.
Oh, yep. I thought so. And throttles can go to quarter open. Fuel warning isolation switches are on. All are up, yes. Landing gear lever down, and 3 green lights, and checklist complete. Now we go and get rid of our wheel chocks, pitot covers, engine oil pans, mechanic stands. Ground power unit has to stay on. we get rid of our stairs, close the cargo hold soon. Cabin exit and front cabin exit. And let's check visually. There is Joao. And all doors are closed. Checked. And we can double check the warning lights here. Nothing illuminated there. Outside meter for Goose Bay is metadata 29.89. Oh no, I have to change one thing here, because everything on this one is in US systems. 29er eight-niner. Then let's actually double check the EFP also for our fuel load. Yeah, it was all in pounds already. Everything in pounds here. So yeah, for that we are good to go. Transponder is for now 1200. We go for standby for now. Radios are set by our co-pilots. We'll just turn them on. But navigation we will set ourselves. Okay, that's good. Let's check the frequency is our first VOR frequency is 117.3. Checked. And our heading is 059er. Let's put that here also. There we go. So now we should be able to intercept the correct heading and routes. Yes, no GPS, no navigation more than that. Then let's go for engine startup. And soon we are taking off. Beacon lights on. Then start order 3421. Yes. Ignition switch, mixture control, auto reach. We will put all of them already auto reach. And head back to here. Then engine number 3, ignition to both. Engine selector switch to engine number 3. Fuel booster pump low. If we can't get the engine running, then we go for high, but let's try with low first. Fuel pressure checked, looks good. And then starter we wait for 12 blades, then ignition booster and primer. Let's try.
3, 6, 9, 12.
My bad. Wrong fuel booster pump. Let's try again.
3, 6, 9, 12.
And our engine number 3 is alive. Slightly decrease our throttle. Actually, we'll keep it there so we don't get the shakes from the engine. And boost, primer, check oil pressure. Yes, oil pressure positive. And booster neutral, primer neutral, starter neutral. Then repeat for engine number 4. Ignition switch to both, engine selector to number 4, fuel booster pump low. Let's check the fuel pressure. We have nice fuel pressure there. Then again, starter.
3, 6, 9, 12.
Okay, it didn't start. Let's crank up the throttle a bit. And we try again. Engine selector is number 4. It's on both. Ignition, fuel booster pump is on. So let's just try again.
3, 6, 9, 12.
Still not starting, then I will try fuel booster pump in the high position. Let's see if that makes any difference.
Three, 6, 9, 12.
And we have engine number 4 running. We have also nice oil pressure. So I think we will go for fuel booster pumps on high for the remaining engines to get them started. So then again, engine number 2, we'll go for ignition both, engine selector to number 2, fuel booster pumps high, and let's see if we get the engine running or not.
Three, 6, 9, 12.
Yes, and we have positive oil pressure also. Looking good there. Then our last engine, engine number 1. Ignition both, engine selector, fuel booster pumps high, and we just wait for these ones to neutralize, and let's try again.
3, 6, 9, 12.
And engine number 1 is starting up nicely. We have oil pressure here. All engines started successfully. And let's adjust our throttle to 1000 RPM. There we go. Then double check the ignition, boost, neutral, primer neutral, starter neutral, yes. After engine start up, fuel booster pumps. It says off, but since we are in icing conditions, I will leave them on low. That's just my non-educated hunch, so engine selector switch off. The fuel booster pump thing I actually realized when I was doing the retake of the approach and landing at here at Goose Bay, because I was getting icing in the carbs again and losing fuel pressure on engine number 1. I was able to keep the engine or get the engine running again when I went for the fuel booster pumps on the high position. So for now, in the icing conditions, I will just leave them at low, and once we are cruising and we have the carb heaters on, then we can get rid of that. Then battery selector, plain battery. Then we go to the EFB and get rid of our ground power units. I think that's our last ramp manager thing. Fuel load, everything checked. Payload checked. Maintenance was checked. And yeah. Then hydraulic pressure, we again go for the first officer. Hydraulic pressure 2600 psi, perfect, and again emergency air brakes all looking good. Cowl flaps are still open. Gust lock, disengage. Then we'll check flight controls, full and free. And brakes are working. Perfect. Radios should be tuned already. Yes. Then we'll do the run-up procedure here in the parking before we taxi out. Propeller reverse pitch. Oh yeah, we have to go to idle. Reverse pitch working perfectly, and getting back to forward, and then we go for 1700 RPM ish. Slightly different figures on the engines, but let's hope it's all okay. Then drop control full backwards. We should have around 1250 RPM checked. Then propeller selector switch should be here. Let me get better view. Manual. Propeller switch is up. Check 1500-ish RPM. Slightly over, but we were at 1700 to start with, so that checks out. Then prop switch is down. Check RPM 1250. Takes a while to react. And it looks good to me. Then prop switches to neutral and standard propeller selector to auto 3. And prop master full forward again. Then we will check the feathering. Just zoom out a bit. No, I will actually do like this. There we go. So engine number 1 feathering, we have RPM drop verified. Engine number 2 RPM drop verified. Engine number 3 RPM drop verified. And engine number 4, same thing, RPM drop verified. Then we put field barometric pressure to manifolds, which is around 30. RPMs 2250 close. PMEP around 140. It's anything from 130 to 150. Fuel flow 600. Here 600 pounds per hour ES. Superchargers. First we go for high. We have around 40 inches mercury and back to low. And we are back to 30 inches mercury ES. 10 inches mercury change. Then magnetos. 2. Left. Engine number 1 and 3. 100 RPM drop, yes. Back to both. And we have increase in RPM, and then we go for magneto rights. And same thing, 100 RPM drop. And engine number 2 and 4, same thing. We have RPM drop, back to both. And again increase in RPM and magneto to right, and we have again drop in the RPMs and all back to both. Okay, water, alcohol, injects and idles here, all on, and let's check water pressure. Where is that? Water pressure, yes, looks good. And we get off. And check fuel and oil pressures. Oil pressure looking good, fuel pressure looking good. Cylinder head temperature, oil temperature looks nice. And cylinder head temperature is here. It's on the green, all good there. Then we'll check voltage, all looking good. We have some amperes there going up and down a bit, but should be working everything. Cabin supercharger oil pressure, where was this one? Oh, it's in the central eyebrow. Supercharger oil pressure and oil temp and oil pressure all good there. And then engines down to 1000 RPM. There we go. Then pitot air scoop heat was here. Let's turn it on. We have nice 22 amps there, all good. Prop de-icing system amperage. This one is actually not really modeled, but it would be okay. We do have. Sorry, my bad. All of us looking good there. Somehow it just disappears immediately. But engine run-up procedure complete. Then taxi. So ATC clearance, pushback probably not needed, and we avoid 1200 or 1500 RPMs. But Goose Bay ground.
Goose Bay ground Newt 1 with Sierra request taxi for takeoff departing straight out.
Newt 1 taxi to and hold short of runway 26.
Oh yes,
Taxiway
runway
Hotel
26.
Papa cross runway
Nice.
15 Alpha. Contact tower on 119.5 when ready.
Taxiing hold short runway 26 using taxiway Hotel Papa cross runway 15 Alpha Newt 1.
Okay, I guess we are backing up. So let's go for neutral, reverse, props, and let's go. Parking brake off. Try to be really careful with the reverse throttle because this plane tends to flip to the back if I'm too heavy with the brakes when reversing. Okay, then we can start actually taxi. ATC clearance, yes. Then we have the before takeoff checklist, but first we will up, cross here, clear. Sorry, I was a bit late with that one. Didn't realize we are crossing a runway. And we will hold short here and contact tower.
Goose Bay Tower Noob 1 ready for departing straight out at runway 26.
Noob 1 wind 260 at 10. Straight out departure approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 26.
Windows are closed and locked. We never
Cleared for takeoff runway 26
them.
Noob 1.
And AC controls all set, checked. Cooling turbine switch is on normal. Cabin pressure circulator is set. Superchargers blowers are on low. Hull flaps goes to 4 degrees open for our takeoff. Landing lights extended and on. Pitot heat on. Position lights flashing. Auto feather stays off. Fuel booster pumps as required on, if temperature less, I suppose. Oh, hello Daniel. No worries, I'm going to take off in a minute, so perfect timing. You have seen the checklist quite a few times. Though this time I had a bit of trouble getting the engine started, but fuel booster pumps seem to make the magic happen when I turn them on high position. Fuel pumps are on low position for now. Prop de-icer, all these we have already on because we were getting iced all over. Windshield heat control is as we want. Then prop master full forward. Mixture control is on auto reach. Flaps go to 20. I always lose the flap indicator. Oh, here. Flaps 20. Avionics radios all set. Altimeters checked. Gyro pilots, of course. We put it on. We don't engage the servos yet, but it is on when we want it. Engine instruments all looking good here. Temperatures alright. No water alcohol injections for us. Transponder not on, it goes to alt. So we are sending our altitude also. And let's get... I think we got it already. Oh yeah, clear for takeoff runway 26, no 1. Then let's line up with the runway and take off. Forget my power settings from here. Checking our fuel pressure, looking good still. Line up here. That's perfect. Then checklists. This was all done for takeoff. First, manifold pressure to field barometric pressure. Let it stabilize. Then go for 55 inches mercury on throttles, release brakes, and landing gears up as soon as we are airborne. At 130 knots, take the flaps up. At 140 kilos we go to meter power, max except takeoff, and at 165 knots we go for line power. So I guess that's it. Let's take off. So field barometric pressure first. Then we go for 55 inches mercury. And release the brakes and off we go. ...107 knots is our V2VR today. We rotate. And there we go. Positive climb. Gear up. Try to get to 100. Okay, we are at 130 knots. Flaps up. 140 knots. Meter power is RPM 2600. Manifold pressure 44, 45. and we should be around 185, 195 PM. He'd be perfect. So we are already at 180 knots, so we go down to 2200 RPM and power to 155 PMEB. Okay, now power
Field
is
1 leaving my airspace
settled.
frequency change approved.
Then we'll
Goose Bay
turn
Tower Noob 1 frequency
left
change.
and try to intercept
Gander
our
Center Noob 1 is type 5 miles southwest of Goose Bay,
VOR
1,700 feet. Request flight following.
track.
Noob 1 Gander Center. Squawk 7461.
Squawk 7461 Noob 1.
Sorry, this was actually 180
Noob 1
PM,
radar contact 5 miles southwest of Goose Bay, 1,800
and we can
feet.
keep
Altimeter
2,400
29er.89er.
reading wrong my notes.
Roger Noob 1.
There we go. Yeah, I was wondering why we are losing so much airspeed. That explains. Now we are intercepting path we should be following, and then we will fly over the VOR and then away from it. Keep adjusting our throttle to keep our power where we want it. We want to go slightly right to catch the correct path. There we go. And then we'll turn left towards VOR, heading 059. And then we should have autopilot. Let's try again. There we have a steady climb. Turn slightly left to get our track here. And then right again. Trying to get us on the course, straight out. Now we should be able to intercept it. Then we need our heartbeat on. Right towards correct heading 059. And now we are on the track straight away from the BOR station. And we turn this one on so we can see the distance from the BOR. And now we are climbing steadily. Could climb a bit more, let's say 800 feet per minute. Also double check the car bear. Okay, a bit too much. We want it around 15 Celsius. Let's try these ones first. About our temperature around 10-15 Celsius. Perfect. Let's pitch up a bit again. Okay, that's 800-900 feet per minute. I think I was checking that for this setup 135 miles an hour would be the best rate of climb, but 140, oh sorry, knots, 140 knots is fine. Did I press again wrong button? Because oh yes I did. I mix up always the parking brake and landing gear buttons, so we were flying with landing gear down, but now it's up. Luckily we didn't speed too much, so no harm done.
I thought it was a bug because I was always watching you with the landing gear down.
Oh yeah, but it's, I think when you didn't see the model it might be just a bug, but I also know that because I have button for parking brake and for landing gear, and somehow I always mix them up, but that's why we have the lights to say that Dude, your landing gear is still down. Take off done. Climb. Autopilot engaged. Power do not exceed rated. Can go 477 again. We are already at 8,000 feet. Nice. Water alcohol is off. Let me double check. Yes. Cylinder head temperature. This is actually important. Where was it? They are around 200 Celsius still, so I will keep the cowl flaps as they are. Desired is 200 Celsius, but we will double check that once we are in the climb. In the cruise altitude. Landing lines. Here. Off and retracted. Transition altitude, I'm sure we are over that already, so we go for standard 29.92. Seatbelt sign off. Non-smoking sign we keep on. Fuel booster pumps on if on for takeoff, on if altitude over 10,000, so we keep them on. Okay. Anti-icing, everything is as we want them. Carb air temp controls, yes. Cabin supercharger, oil pressure and temperature, all looking good here. Supercharger airflow. I have no idea where this is. Oh, here. Left and right, all three. Perfect. Cabin rate of climb. Here. Looks good. And altitude, all good here also. We are not going to critical altitude, so superchargers stay on low. And let's increase our power again. And we are actually arriving at our cruising altitude 11,000 feet, so we can start leveling off slowly. So we are 22 nautical miles from the BOR station. Once we are stable with them in the cruising altitude with our cruising speed, we will calculate how long time it is for our next waypoint to determine when we need to change the course. And we are at 11,000. Let's level up here. And then we will adjust the power settings. Okay, we are now. Cruise power is 2,200 RPM. Oh, and we adjust PMDG for 155. There we go. We can adjust the carb temperatures also a bit, or carb heaters. 2,200 RPM, 155 PMDG, and we are leveled at 11,000 feet, and for now we are holding 190 knots. I was hoping for a bit more, but it is. Where it is. Just check. Car fingers. Oh, it's up. And let's check our cruise checklist. So, mixture auto lean. Double check our power. Adjust throttle slightly to keep the 155 PMEP. And what was, by the way, our cylinder head temperature here? Okay, now we are way under 200. So I will go for close position and we'll see what kind of cylinder head temperature we get then. And 33 nautical miles away from the VOR at the moment, trying to keep track because eventually we will lose the signal. I don't remember what is the actual range of the VOR station. Now with cowl flaps closed, I guess we can and let's check again our cylinder head temperature. Now we are around 200 Celsius. That's exactly what we want. Auto-lean boost power set. Cowl flaps as desired. Fuel booster pumps. For now we leave on because we will start the fuel management in a second. Anti-icing as required. Windshield, yes. Yes. Hydraulic system bypass lever off. There we go. Fuel system selection we will check on the next page. I'm not going to touch the cabin pressure for now, and airspeed we will monitor, of course. So let's start our fuel management. First I want to know what is our fuel quantity at the moment. So we burned about 4 times 4, 1,600 pounds out of our total 6,000 pounds. So almost a third of our main fuel tanks went for the startup and takeoff and everything. So now we go for the next steps. Let's change to alternate tanks. So first, main fuel booster pumps on high. Let me, by the way, also double check this one. I will just wait for this to get to 45 and I will start my timer so we get our distance for the next waypoint from that. Oh, 45 timer started. Now we don't need to care about losing the signal anymore. So back to the fuel management. Main fuel booster pumps are on high. Alternate fuel booster pumps go to low position. Then fuel tank selectors to alternate one by one. And we check the fuel flow as we go. So engine number 1 alternates. Check the fuel flow. All looking good. Engine number 2 All looking good. Engine number 3 looks good. And engine number 4. All engines change for alternate fuel tanks. Then we close the main fuel booster pumps. Off, 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 off. And the alternate fuel booster pumps we leave on for 1.5 hours. And fuel monitor, of course, and then the rest of the items are for closer to send, or if we start running out of fuel in the alternate tanks. But now to the navigation part. Our total leg distance is 176 nautical miles. I started my timer at 45 nautical miles away from the VOR, so that is 131 nautical miles left. Am I correct? Yes, 135 nautical miles. Our airspeed is 131, and our speed at the moment is 200 and let me check, how is this? 7, 8, 9, 10, 205 knots. Perfect. 205. So from where I started the timer, we should be flying 38 minutes. Yeah, 38 minutes and give or take 20 seconds. That's a bit too exact with our airspeed and everything. But if everything goes well, we should be flying 35 minutes more with this heading, and then we should be here. Take my word, we should be here, I'm not sure. And then we adjust our heading for 056 for another 110 nautical miles. And then we will check again how long time it will take for us. And eventually we will lose our indicators towards VOR. So after that we are basically white line. But now that we are steady on cruise, we have nice cruise power going on, 155 PMDG, 205 knots indicated airspeed, 2200 RPM, and our fuel flow looks good. 500 pounds per hour per engine. Gear is up, finally up, flaps are up. Oh, hello, Flight Sim Club. I'm a bit weird person. I started practicing flying with DC-3. And now I evolved myself to DC-6. So I definitely didn't go where the fence is shortest. And I agree with you, I actually crashed last Sunday. It was due to misunderstanding the de-icing system. So I had the carb de-icers on and I ran out of
Good day.
de-icing fluid, and then eventually
decimal 325 Newt 1.
I
Goodbye.
got so bad icing in the
Gander
carbs
Center
that
Newt 1 11,000 feet.
I
New 1
crashed.
Gander Center altimeter.
I also made a
29.82
lot of mistakes
radar
of not
contact. Continue.
paying enough attention to what the plane is doing, but that's why the channel is called Noob Trying Flying. I'm not a pilot, just a random guy who started practicing. But welcome to the channel. We have a lot of things upcoming. Historic routes I will try to recreate and fly in the near future. Oh yeah, I definitely do like challenges. That's quite clear. So yeah, and of course it's mistakes are part of the journey, and luckily in the sim the only thing that gets hit is my own ego and nothing else. So safe way to make mistakes and practice. Now that everything is stable, we are cruising. We have still 30 minutes, supposedly 30 minutes to our next waypoint. I will take a little break and I'll be back in a while, in a very, very short moment. Okay, and we are back. Let's check how our stream looks. All healthy, excellent connection, perfect. And we are cruising at 11,000 feet. We are supposedly... double check. What did I calculate? 38 minutes, so we are supposedly 25 minutes away from our next waypoint. Let's see how accurate my calculations are. Gonna be interesting to see. And we have Joao here with us also with the TM9. So if anyone wants to join our multiplayer flights, feel free to leave a comment or message in the chat. We are very open for people, as I told. I'm a starter, and Joao actually knows a lot more about flying, but I don't really mind about your level of expertise. You can be an expert or you can be a noob like me. And join our flights. Today our destination Narsarsuaq, however you say that. Narsarsuaq in Greenland is actually a very interesting airport to approach. I did one practice approach and landing there just to know what I'm getting myself into, and it is slightly challenging for me, I have to say. As I told, I'm not a pilot, so it's definitely not the easiest airport to land, but it is interesting, and that's what I care. Let's check our weather laters. Okay, shouldn't have any major turbulence here. A bit over there, but it's all looking good. And quite steady winds throughout the whole flight. Here we have a bit more tailwind, around 30 knots. If I read these wind barbs correctly, that should be around 30 knots over here. But other than that, it's 20-25 knots. Mostly from the tail, and now we enter the cloud. What else can we find from here? Cloud cover. Oh yes, now we are in the cloud, but we should have clear flight for the rest. And let me double check our cloud situation at our arrival. We have some clouds at 3,000 feet, which we will be leveling off to decelerate. So that's might be a slight issue, because we need to be finding the right valley for the approach using visual references from the terrain. So I will be checking the island formations, and this is our valley over here we should be entering. At 3,000 feet, what about 2,000? Okay, yeah, 1,000 feet we don't have any clouds. Well, that is good news for the actual landing. and 2000 feet, still slightly cloudy. Okay, we will see. Luckily I do have the GPS map to help me a bit with everything, but we will try to do it visually as they would have done way back then. So 20 minutes away from our waypoint. I'm not quite sure if that is actually accurate, but let's see. Oh, Legacy Sim Day. Yeah, but I don't have a Legacy Sim. That's the thing. We have someone flying Boeing over here. Oh yeah, you have that, yeah. Then let's again go for engine instruments to see how our temperature are looking. 200 Celsius cylinder head temperature, that is perfect, exactly what we want. Car temperature around 10 Celsius, that's good enough. 10-15 should be okay. Outside temperature seems to be -30 at the moment, and oil temperature all on green, oil pressure looking nice, fuel flow 500 pounds per hour per engine, and our power setting is stable, and also fuel pressure is all nice. Let's also check our fuel quantities. We are now on our alternate tanks. Since we changed the tanks, we have burned 4 times 200. We have burned 800 pounds from our overall 6,000. So not much yet. And everything looking good also here. We have plenty of fuel for the approach and landing. Over 1,000 pounds, 1,100 pounds per tank. And capping supercharger, oil pressure and oil temperature also all looking perfect. I will go with my calculations, even if we go off the off the track, and I actually want to see if I follow the calculations I'm doing, do we actually get anywhere near the entrance to the valley or not. Well, it's gonna be interesting to see. Navigation is by far one of the challenges with this one. Much easier with the modern jets, but trying to do this old school, I don't even have the GPS, which there is an option for like a retrofitted GPS here, but I don't even have that on at the moment. we are still getting signal from the VOR. 176 nautical miles is the distance of this lake, and we are 138 nautical miles away from the VOR. And by my timer, we should be 15 minutes away from the waypoint. Next heading would be 056. I am at the moment using the gyro pilot. It is holding our altitude very nicely at 11,000 feet, and then we will use the knob to turn to our next heading. I'm not going with the localizer option because we don't have any VORs on the way. We only have at our destination airport we have the DME and Joao, what was the magnetic compass? NBD or NDB?
NDB, November Delta Bravo.
Okay, NDB we have there, but we won't actually get the signal, I think. When I was testing, it was maybe 10 nautical miles out, if even that. So that won't be that useful for us, but at least we have it. And it should give some kind of indication for the runway because it is right next to the runway. So might help with the final turn or might not, who knows. And at the moment we are flying blind. We are drifting quite a bit from our routes. But we will see where we end up, and if we are too far away from our intended location, then I will use the GPS map to get back to the track. But it is the first time I am trying this kind of navigation, so definitely interesting to see. Let's see if I can. Okay, these are not from the sim multiplayer, so I'm not getting the multiplayer traffic on the map layover. Ten minutes away from the waypoint. We aren't quite intercepting the waypoint here, but let's just follow the track. Joao, how is your sim performing? Did you adjust the graphic options or settings?
Yes, I have 110 FPS.
Oh, okay, that sounds awesome.
And I send you some pictures in WhatsApp, so I can see you as a DC-6.
Oh yeah, that's nice. Check. Oh yeah.
Probably you didn't realize, but we did a double takeoff.
Oh yeah. Yeah, today I didn't turn on the replay recording thing because yesterday when I tried it, it crashed when I even tried to save the file, so maybe I should just use it only for takeoff and then start it again for the landing or something, but I have to figure out. I'm quite sure there's some third-party applications also that can record the flight and then replay, because the flight simulator replay tool is, well, I'm not saying backwards in live, but the word starts with S and H. Okay.
It's a shame.
Yeah. Okay. 8 minutes more until I turn the heading towards 056. At the moment, for the destination airport, it's showing 9 knots headwind, which is quite okay. Last night I wasn't sure if I'm going to do the live or not, because it was showing whatever 36 to 40 knots from every possible direction, so that's a bit extreme, I think, for DC-6, but around 10 knots, that's fine. I'm okay with that. And while we are waiting for our turning points, I could also already tune in the NDB and our destination PME, since we don't have any other VORs or anything on the way, so it would be 359 kilohertz. 9 kilohertz. 359. Check. And the DME is 111.85. There we go. They are tuned in. I don't need our VOR from the Goose Bay anymore. It doesn't really serve us anymore. like we have drifted already out of the 059, which I thought, oh yeah, we are at 057 heading at the moment. And that kind of explains why we have drifted away from the course so much. But and I guess I will just keep this course, because looking at the actual compass, it is hovering between 056 and 057, which is our next heading, so I will just keep as it is. And at 38 minutes I will reset the clock and calculate again. Obviously the calculation wasn't very accurate, since we are at 35 minutes, and according to the calculation at 38 minutes we should have been at the waypoint, but we are already way past. Now set, and another 30 minutes, and then we turn for heading 071. Quite possible that the calculations are inaccurate, because the only speed I have is the indicated airspeed, and not true airspeed or ground speed or anything. Very likely that is causing the inaccuracy with calculations. Check out engine instruments, power holding Nice, 155 PMDG. Fuel flow stable at 500 pounds per hour. Fuel pressure good. Oil pressure good. Oil temperature good. Carb air nice. Between 10 and 15 Celsius. Cylinder head temperature staying at 200 Celsius. Perfect. Let's also check our fluid quantities. Everything looking good here. Oil quantities, water, alcohol, injection we didn't even use. Fuel quantity for alternate tanks still 1,150 pounds per tank, and main tanks stay at 1,100. Cabin supercharger, oil pressure good, oil temperature good. Cabin supercharger airflow rate on the green, and cabin altitude is as we wanted. It is at 1,500 feet. So our cabin pressurization all working well. Let me add also ground speed and true airspeed here. So true airspeed is 230 knots. Ground speed 245. So let me actually experiment with something. So if I calculate, if I now aim for the next waypoint and we fly directly over it, if I now calculate the next leg using the true airspeed, are we then more accurate with the calculations? So 199 nautical miles, and true airspeed is around 230 knots. Just curious to test this out, because obviously the indicated airspeed did not give us very good results with the calculations. I'll turn slightly to the right, so we are heading for the next waypoint directly. As much as I like to figure out the navigation piece by piece, it's also nice that we do have the GPS map, so it gives me a bit more options to try different things. So for the next leg, 199 nautical miles with calculated with 230 knots, it gives us 52 minutes. Let's see how accurate that one then is. looks like the wind direction has changed at our destination airport. It's only 3 knots, so it doesn't make any difference for the landing, but I really hope it doesn't pick up. I don't want to land on the opposite runway over there. That is even more tight. Or then I need to fly over and enter the valley, the gorge, from the other direction. Well, let's hope it doesn't go for that. Oh, explain also. I'm kind of waiting that the servers with the MSFS 2024 get a bit more stable, and also that the community creators and, for example, PMDG and all that, that they update the add-ons for 2024. For now, for example, this DC-6 doesn't really work in 2024, and I'm actually pretty sure that DC-3 I have from what's the creator? Duckworks. I don't think they have come up with an update for 2024 yet. But I am interested in that because they have kind of rebuilt the whole physics model and flight model. So
it's incredible also because the new updates of X-Plane 12, they've added the new camera system, so it's based on physics. So if there's turbulence, the camera shakes.
Yeah.
If you apply, more rudder, the camera shakes also. So it's very realistic.
Oh, nice. Adjusting the throttles by accident. soon we reset the timer again and we turn for heading 071. 071.
Okay, we'll do a double landing, and I will record with the because I never understood very well the replay mode of the flight simulator, so I'll record with the normal screen. So
It is quite tricky. If I remember, I will turn the replay recording on for the landing. So try to remind me. Because
Okay.
I think it probably crashed because yesterday I recorded the whole whatever 4-hour live it was. So it maybe got just a bit too big, the whole file. So should be okay if I just record the landing. Let's see.
Well, actually, I could have recorded the takeoff because the takeoff was nice. Like we were side by side,
Oh,
you
yeah.
were in front of me.
But something, maybe I need to add that to my checklists. Before takeoff checklist, put recording on, and after takeoff checklist, stop recording and save.
The recording I do, it's very basic. It's Windows plus G, so it records the whole screen.
Ah, right, yeah. Is our actual heading right now?
075.
Yeah, 074, 075. The only navigation instrument I truly trust here is the actual magnetic compass.
Never fails.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. I will start the timer and turn just a few degrees to the 071. Okay, that looks perfect. And then, now that I used the real airspeed, 230 knots, 199 nautical miles should take us 52 minutes. Let's see if that is a bit more accurate than the earlier calculation. And I think now is a good time to take a little break, and I'll be back in a very short moment.
725. Good day.
124.725 Noob 1. Goodbye. Gander Center Noob 1 11,000 feet.
Noob 1 Gander Center altimeter 29.62 radar contact. Continue.
map a bit. So I suppose around here is the midway point of this leg. And what did I say about the timing? 52 minutes. Okay, so if this is more accurate, we should be here in the midway point in about 17 minutes at the 26-minute marker. Let's see. Oh yeah, Daniel, you are getting the easy bits today. Daniel, do you know the? Have you seen the Narsarsuaq airport and the approach there? Okay, let me go back to the cockpit. Have you seen the approach to the Narsarsuaq airport? Literally in the valley. Oh, red arrows, nice. I have a feeling that I will need my reverse props for the landing. Icy runway, and I don't even remember how long the runway was, but it's not very long. Let me see if I had the airport information here. Oh, it is actually 6,000 feet. Okay, that's plenty. Transition altitude 9,000 feet. And at the moment, only 2 knots of wind. Some showers of snow. Temperature -1 Celsius, dew point -3 Celsius. Plenty of approach options, but our approach will be basically, I think it's the NDPDME Y. I will not put it on the map because it just makes it even more confusing on the map, but Are flying between the clouds. Probably not a good idea to touch any red handles while airborne. As tempting as they are. What is that? Oh, it's probably the window, I suppose. So yeah, we are not touching that. We are anyways pressurized. And there is Joao flying on the right side of us. Let's see. It should be. Yeah, should be 7 minutes more, and we should be at the midway point of this leg. Let's see how accurate this test was. We are still at 230 knots through airspeed, so that has not changed. It will most likely change. Yeah, no, it's 20-25 knots of tailwind all the way here to our top of descent, so actually it should be around 230 knots all the way to the top of descent. So let's see. Oh, and let's, by the way, check our fuel situation. Alternate fuel tanks, we have still 800, excuse gives me 800 pounds per tank. If we go down to 200, 100 pounds per tank, then we change immediately to our main tanks. And if we really overestimated our cruise fuel situation, we will anyways go for main tanks before we start descending, and we will then use the main tanks for the descent and approach and landing and everything. And here again, cabin altitude is still 1,450 feet. Supercharger, cabin supercharger, oil temperature, oil pressure, all good. Airflow looking nice. AC and DC voltmeters and amp meters, all good there. And our temperature should be okay. Car air temperature going towards 20 Celsius. So I guess we could turn down the car air heater slightly, but we are still within the limits. Oil temperature all nice, oil pressure nice, fuel pressure nice, fuel flow steady 500 pounds per hour per engine. Oh, okay, so outside temperature is only -25 at the moment. That's why our car air temperature is slightly higher than it was earlier. And cylinder head temperature is at 200 Celsius. That is perfect. So we are slowly coming to the midway point of this waypoint leg, and at the moment I have slightly below 23 minutes in my timer, which means that let's see exactly where we end up at 26 minutes, because this one actually looks quite accurate now that I was using the true airspeed for the calculations. Now I have 24 minutes on the timer. So, if I said 26 minutes and I have a bit over 24 minutes and we are midway point of this leg, I would say that test was pretty successful. So next we will see if we end up here at 52 minutes on the timer. No, not 52, 58. Oh yeah, 52 minutes, of course. Then after that waypoint we have about 100 nautical miles Then we start our initial descent to 3,000 feet. I think we should be at 3,000 feet already before we enter the valley. Then we level off at 3,000, we start decelerating and applying our flaps slowly. And we should be stable at 3,000 feet, 140 knots indicated airspeed, and 20 flaps. Then about 11 to 12 nautical miles before our destination, we start descending again and reducing our speed to 120 knots. And with our weight, I think our touchdown speed is around 105 knots. We could actually double check that here. Let me check the operational flight plan. What is our weights for landing weights? Around, I would say 75, probably 75,000 pounds, since we took a bit more fuel than was calculated. So I have somewhere here, I have the chart about landing speeds and all that. Let me just find it first. Oh, here we go. That's not a very handy place, but there we go. So landing, we are going with full flaps. Okay, approach speed 128, so 120, 130 should be very much okay for us. And oh yeah, touchdown at 100 knots. 140, then to 120, 130, and then we touch down with 100 knots, and our stalling speed with this weight configuration is around 76, 78 knots. 140, 130, and 100. Those are the numbers we want to remember. CVM9. So 257 nautical miles left on our today's flight. Final heading for us is 065 for the descent, and then we need to start looking at the islands around us to find the correct valley. I did also download and install some what are those? Lighthouses over here, but they are so small that they really are not visible from our flight levels, so not gonna be very useful for our visual reference. So when we are at 3,000 feet and before we start descending more, I will turn the carb air heating off and we go for the carb de-icer. We have anti-icing fluid for the carb de-icer. I think it's maximum 17 minutes we can use them until we are out of fluid, and we just check the DME, how much time we have until landing, and turn them on and the carb air heating off. I'm not completely sure about DC-6, but when I was reading about DC-3 and how the carb heating works, reason why it's not used on the ground operations or preferably nowhere near the ground is that it bypasses the air filter. So every dust particle and whatever sand we have in the air, they would go straight in the carbs, either block them or through the carbs to the engine and cause damage there. They are good for the normal air operations. They keep the carbs from de-icing, and then we have the secondary system for landing, and probably could be used also briefly, very briefly, for the takeoff. But at least today we didn't have any issues with the takeoff, so maybe not necessary. We are slightly drifting with the winds, but we'll keep our 071 heading anyways. Aileron trim is not exactly new. Interesting. I think I might have touched it when I was fiddling with the carb heat. Ah, it's too sensitive. There. I suppose I could use the rudder trim to counter the drift we are getting from the winds, but that's for the next experiments. Because here it's kind of fiddly for me to get it back to neutral. If I start touching it, and then it might cause unnecessary problems with the landing, so I rather not touch it. So according to the calculation, it's 10 minutes more with this heading, and then we turn towards heading 065. João, are you having turbulence? I see some movement, but not enough for DC-6 to make anything weird.
One contact center on 121.3. Good day.
121.3 New 1. Goodbye. Center New 1 11,000 feet.
New 1 center altimeter 29.47 radar contact continue.
We don't know that. Oh, is it? It is Narsarsuaq already. Right. Let me double check from the METAR. So METAR is giving me 29.50. HSC is giving me 29.47. Fair enough. I guess it's close enough, but we don't need that yet because transition altitude was 9,000 feet. So when we are descending, we will put in the altimeter for the destination, but not quite yet. And now we are having some turbulence here. Definitely some winds going on, checking the airspeed, it's up and down like, well, I'm not saying anything, but jumping between 200 210 knots. We're slightly out of our course, but we'll adjust that when we get there. It was a nice first try with just using headings and timings, but I guess I need to study a bit more how do I calculate and counteract the wind effects and everything. So, because clearly we are not quite following the track as we should be. I will actually turn slightly towards the track so we could intercept that one, and then we can try again with better luck. Level here, heading 084 to intercept the GPS track, and then we will turn again to 065. Definitely some turbulence here, but let's not let it distract us. So, I'm at 2 nautical miles until our top of descent. So that would mean about 26 minutes. And right now, after I reset it, I have 6 minutes on my counter. So about, give or take, 15 or 20 minutes and we will start our initial descent. Check fuel quantities. Still 500 pounds in all the alternate tanks. So let's keep that one still our fuel supply, and we will change the main tanks before we start the descent. And our temperatures. Carb temperature a bit higher than maybe would be optimal, but it's still fine. Oil temperature all good. Cylinder head temperature around 200 Celsius, perfect. Nice steady fuel flow. Oil pressure, nice. Fuel pressure, nice. And from our first officer, emergency air brake pressure good. Cabin altitude 1450 feet, perfect. Cabin supercharger all working as supposed to. And the approach and landing, everything we will do fully manual, but I will keep the gyro pilots to hold our altitude until we have done our landing checklists, so we don't get too distracted with all that. But after that we will disengage the autopilot and land manually. And it would also be way too much of distraction to try to manage the heading with the gyro pilot, because the valley we are flying in to approach, it's a bit twisty one, so better to do it manual. And also the wind is back to 4 knots headwind for our arrival airport runway 06. That makes me happy because I really don't want to land from the other direction. This is challenging enough, so let's hope it keeps like that. If we have a bit of tailwind, I don't really care, but obviously if it gets too much, then we don't have any other option than land from the other direction. here it says that full flaps down speed would be 152, but I think I have seen different figures for this one. I have here 150 knots, we go for 20 flaps. 168 knots, 10 flaps, 160 knots, 15, and 150 knots to 20. And then obviously we slow down to 140 before we start our final approach. And we have still a bit of time, so let's drone camera. And let's see. João.
Yeah, I had a problem with my engine, but now I'm back.
Oh really? What happened?
I don't know, I just started to lose the engine turn off, so I had to turn on again.
Oh.
Not a nice thing when you're flying over the ocean.
Oh no, not really. Adjust the drone speed a bit. A little check on João. So we are 15 minutes from our last waypoint. As soon as we will start descending, we will also, since our first try with the heading / timed navigation wasn't perfect, we will also use the GPS map we have here to keep ourselves on the track. Enough of challenges with the approach and landing. So let's not push it too far. Let's get power settings here for initial descent. RPMs we are keeping the same, but we go for manifold pressure to 6. Then we level out at 3,000 feet. We can lower during the initial descent, we can actually lower the power all the way down to 70 BMEP if we are struggling with the airspeed when we start speeding. Preferably we would have flaps 10 already when we are leveling out, but if not, we will do it after we level out. But if we get a speed, airspeed under 168 knots, then we can go for flaps 10 already during the descent. Let's turn to heading, what was it? 067. Zero, 0069067, that's perfect. We are close enough to our land track. Well, we are drifting to left again, but then again we need to check anyways the islands to figure out the correct valley we want to enter. Okay, so let's start with the fuel management. This is already checked. Monitor fuel, and then we go again. Alternate fuel pumps go to high. Main fuel booster pumps go to low. Then fuel tank selectors from alternate to main, one by one. Engine number 1, fuel flow steady. Engine number 2, fuel flow steady. Engine number 3, fuel flow is steady, and engine number 4, fuel flow is steady. And then alternate fuel pumps off, and main fuel pumps stay on for the rest of the flights. And for descent, ATC clearance, no, we don't need that yet. GPS, we don't have GPS. This is already done. Fuel management. Crossfeed is off. Yes, everything's off. We will keep all our anti-ice for now. Also carb air temperature controls we keep still on for now. Hydraulic system bypass on. And sea rate should be at 800 to 1,000 feet per minute. Then at 9,000 feet, which is our transition altitude, we will check our altimeter to local, and superchargers are low. Prop selector is auto. Throttles we adjust, and preferably we go for flaps 10. And very soon we can start descending. so far everything is good. Cylinder head temperature, yes. Carb air temperature is okay. Oil temperature, nice. Oil pressure, fuel pressure, all good. And fuel flow is stable. And now I will start descending. Superchargers should be low. They are low. Carb air temperature stays as they are. Prop master is 2200 RPM. Standard popular selector switch is auto 3. And then we adjust throttles to first to 26 inches mercury, which gives us 100 BM EP. If necessary, we go all the way down to 70 BM EP with the throttles. We should try to decelerate to 168 knots, but we will see about that. And let's start descending. Try to get it to 800 to 1000 feet per minute for the initial descent. That's fine for now. Everything is stable for now, so I will take last very quick break because our approach will be quite intense, so there's no way I'm gonna take shishi breaks over there, so see you in a minute. Very quick shishi break. Let's see how we are doing. Okay, let's reuse our BMEP all the way down to 70 and try to get our speed down. Okay, we are under 9,000 feet. Let's check the altimeters. It's still giving ATC 29.47, and here in our METAR we have 29.50. So I think not that I can really put any exact decimals here, so 29er. Decimal. Let's go in the middle. And now we are entering the pouch. Let's increase the rate of descent a bit. Looks like we are quite quickly approaching the shore. I would like to have the visual reference for our valley. Though the clouds are not making my life any easier, I have to say. Now we can adjust our carb air heaters. We are sending even a bit more. That is fine for now. We are at 6,000 feet. And we are not getting the DME signal yet. Distance to destination 60 nautical miles. ,5,000 feet. Joao went live on Discord. Let's check Joao. I haven't quite figured out yet how I could get the Discord video here, so I will try that some other.
No worries.
Yeah, other time.
This is just in case people in Discord can see a different
yeah,
view.
of course, yeah. Okay, 4,000 feet. Now we can have our visual reference. Let's check our islands here. So I change a bit. I go to the external camera. We have the scattered islands on the left, and then these ones. Okay, they are low. So the valley we are entering. Layers also here I don't need more. So this valley here is the valley we are entering, and now I need to level off at 3,000. Just descend slightly more. Okay, that's perfect. So, we are heading here. Let's check our checklists, count flaps. 4 degrees open. go. There we go. There we go. And there we go. Level out, cowl flaps. Carb air temp, I will leave as it is for now. We can turn right a bit to get into our gully. So they stay on for now. Prop master, fine. And now we can go for flaps 10. We are under 168 knots. Throttles we adjust according to our airspeed. So hydraulic pressure checked, and emergency brake pressure checked. Okay, so this is our valley. We are at 140 knots, we can go over it to flaps 20, increase our throttles to keep 140 knots. And our landing lights extended and on. Settle at 140 knots, 3000 feet, flaps 20. So now we just keep adjusting our throttles to maintain 140 knots, and we have our DME 44 nautical miles at around 12 nautical miles away from the runway. We start descending again, and that should give us a nice approach. So if we have 120 to 140 knots, we should be descending about 580 feet per minute to touch down. That'll give us 2.5 degree angle. That's pretty nice for DC-6. Let's reduce throttle again because we are now at 160 knots. We don't want that. We can also go for seatbelt signs. Mixture to auto bridge. Props can go to 2400 RPM already now. Maybe a bit. Oh yeah, it's actually very early for that. So let's keep it as it is. 2200. We are still 40 nautical miles away from the airport. Getting a bit weird readings from for my altitude. I have set the barometric pressure, but my altitude indicator says 3,000 feet above sea level. And now when I'm checking the metrics from the GPS tracker I have, it says true altitude 2,600.
That should be the radio altimeter.
Yeah. Well, it's a visual approach anyway, so now I will just wait a bit more. It's still saying 16 minutes from the destination, so I'm not changing the carp de-icing system quite yet, so I have something left if I need to go around and try again. Flaps 20, and now we just try to adjust our throttle so we keep 140 knots, and we keep following the valley here. So we are still 30 nautical miles away from the, actually not away from the runway, away from the DME, which is behind the runway, so I guess I have to take that into account. Now it says 12 minutes to the destination, so now I will go for carp air heat off, and we go for the secondary system here. Now we should have enough de-icing liquid to get our DC-6 safely to the destination. And just to take off a bit of workload, I will go for 2,400 RPM already now. And now it's all about throttles, distance, sink rate, airspeed, and increasing flaps, and obviously gear. So we'll go for manual flying from now on. Oh, Joao is doing some acrobatics behind me. And I'm trying to, to stay alive. It tells...
Stay alive.
Yeah, it tells we are on a bit different level of flying. So 25 nautical miles to the destination. Let's say I will start descending at 13 nautical miles before the destination. Should give me enough time to descend to, I think it was 60 feet above sea level our runway is.
Just to confirm, you are flying manually, right?
Yes. Yes, I am. I have a feeling that the visibility could be better, but we are stuck with this. And we got our compass direction also. Confirms we are in the correct valley. And speeding. Let's keep the 140 for now. I think I will go down to 2,000 feet because I can't see anything here. Watch out for the peak right in front of us, or in front of me. I need to go to the right from here to follow the valley.
I'm flying close to you so I don't lose you from my sight.
Oh yeah. Okay, so we are at 2,000 feet soon. We'll level up there. So we have at least some kind of visibility here. So then I should start descending again at around 7, 8, maybe 8 nautical miles away. That's good. I'll go for perhaps 30. Nice weather. Exactly what I wanted. And I will also go with the gear already now to make sure that I'm pressing the correct buttons. And we have 3 green. Perfect. Try to follow the coastline. That's pretty much the only thing I can see here. 14 nautical miles to the destination, PME. Also down, I'm fighting a bit too much with the plane. Completely unnecessary. "13 nautical miles, 6 minutes." Still have half of our anti-icing fluid left. Perfect. Well, it definitely brings a bit more excitement for the sim to use the live weather. Even I don't necessarily have any idea what I'm doing, but
Yeah, because otherwise if the weather is all the time clear, it's too easy.
yeah. Yeah, it's starting to be a bit too easy with the DC-3 when I was using the not perfect weather, but still pre-selected weather, so now it's a bit more interesting. And we are 9.8 nautical miles away. Here I think it was the point that, yes, now I will want to go left. Try to align with the runway and also start descending. I cannot see the runway at all. Dear. And flaps 40.
I'm flying totally visual. I didn't put anything in my GPS.
Oh yeah. Well, I still kind of need some help from the GPS, especially when it gets this bad.
Yeah, but I didn't put anything just because I was following all the time.
Oh yeah. Okay, I can see the runway finally. So we need to go quite a bit to left and then turn towards the runway. Let's go for full flaps. And oh, here we have a runway. Nice. get over this little hill and start the final. And what the big boys told me, keep the aiming point in the same position on the windshield, and then your approach should be perfect. Or decent. Acceptable. Okay. I'm off the runway.
Oops.
Oops. Nah, well. It is practicing. Last time it was perfect when I practiced before the stream, and now we are here in the woods. But hey. Haha, straight to parking, yeah.
The company would be feeling great about no taxi fuel.
Oh yes. Oh yeah, that kind of landing this time. It is a very demanding plane to fly, so I'm not taking it too hard. Still practicing. What was it? Third flight on a DC-6 I have done, so no fourth. Third or fourth. But yeah, I guess we park here and we wait for a tow truck or something to get us away from here. So I'll just turn off the engines and leave everything else as they are. And we can wrap up this flight. But hey, one pilot told me that it's a successful landing if you walk away from it, so I would say we are still walking away easily. Maybe some damage for the undercarriage with the bouncy things, but it was challenging weather to land, so here we parked this time. And Joao followed me all the way through, right behind me. So more practices with the landings definitely going to be needed. On the week, maybe if we have a bit better weather conditions over here, I will try the approach and landing again. Because I did once successfully and this one was not quite so successful. So more practice, more practice. anyways, thank you for and everyone who joined, and we will keep practicing. And now Joao is drifting there, and I'm not sure what's going to be on the schedule next weekend, but I will keep you posted. And if you haven't, press the subscribe button to get notifications of our future lives. And if you want to join our multiplayer, leave a message or a comment or something, and I will be in touch with the Discord link and everything. But for now, I think we are done. We'll be waiting for a tow truck and then practice more landings. Thank you for joining, and enjoy the Sunday, everyone. Bye bye.